Okay, how's everyone doing? Good to see all of you. Hope you're having a wonderful day thus far. I figured I'd start stream slightly early, but then I got distracted by getting a song stuck in my head, so I wanted to listen to it while I went and got coffee and took my cat-related trash out and stuff, so I ended up taking a couple extra minutes at the starting soon. That is to say, I have no attention span, yet I somehow keep coming back to the Boogeyman and Grenade builds. And yeah, we're gonna do some of that. I want to try out on the new Amara grenade build, just holding a boogeyman and seeing what happens at the suggestion of Mr. Sean. Also, I have boogeyman gun build ideas for multiple characters. I might even try boogeyman on Zane. Because there's some cool stuff there. Like Executor giving status damage and cryo damage. It's just baby superior firepower. But also you can cap Purple Tree and take Arman Flint to guaranteed freeze targets. And that seems neat. Yeah. Stuff like that. And then over on Flak, I want to try seeing how much formula we can just force into Boogeyman skulls as we're playing naturally. That's the idea. But first, let's do Amara, a warm-up game if nothing else, and chance that maybe we target some sort of record to make improvements towards in the speedrunning department. The current momentum in the time trials community is mostly around improving Mal1 takedown and Flak, which is cool. It's not a category I really care to run, but it's cool seeing other people improve it. We're close to a sub 3 Flak true Mal1 with some of the runners that are interested. I did Mr. David Bowling, Mr. Ancient Rune, Mr. Stone Sean, Roddy. Super. Hope y'all doing well. Got a 305 for scaled. Yeah, between you and Cheerio, Super, it's I think it's only a matter of time. Alright, let's see. I need a Boogeyman. Yeah, this is the right one. That there. Probably use light speed. Yeah. So the idea behind this is Boogeyman's skulls that it spawns from. It has a chance to spawn from kills while you're holding the gun. It doesn't have to even be kills with the Boogeyman itself, just while holding the gun. Those count as grenades, so they'll benefit from the grenade damage passes we have. More than okay Boomer Mayhem modifier. ASA 150 anoint. Hey Silent, how you doing? Did I not switch? Oh, I clicked the wrong thing. Whoopsie. I meant to go cryo light speed. Also occurred to me that if you're maximizing single target grenade stuff on Amara and you are not using elemental projector strats, there is an argument for Company Man. And that's weird to me. That's very weird to me. There's an argument against it because you don't get grenade damage on that, but like the crit damage that it rolls is not nothing. That's my alarm telling me to start streaming. Whoopsie. Where the boogie skulls be at? Did I tell you guys Boogie Skull was my nickname in high school? Okay, there's one. I didn't quite see how much that hit for. I'll have to pull up damage numbers sooner. Oh, there goes the game audio. It's still trying in the background, but it is not succeeding. Okay, where are you going? Where are you going, homie? Just a 1 mil hit. Oh no, that was the forceful expression. So, yeah, okay, that maths out. It was 7 mil. It being a white number is a visual bug. 7 mil, 2 mil from Urad, 1 mil from forceful expression. Not very much. Wish the skulls spawned a little more consistently. It's like more of them. Would be pretty good. Okay, there's one. Okay, yeah, that did fuck all. That did fuck all. Now we know. Still a good gun to shoot here. It indiscriminates very well. And it is more grenade damage of some kind. But that's how strong indiscriminate is on a non-gun build. Kinda crazy. Like, that's able to kill effectively. Anyway. Back to, regularly scheduled sticky GA use. I guess there was an enemy over there. It's so quiet without the music. I don't know why it's only this build. I really gotta science out and see what exactly it is. I feel like it's Catharsis doing this. Because I did not have this happen on, like, any build ever. but I've also not built around Catharsis before. You're gonna run towards me like that. Build science? What science are you building? I don't have a clever response. But we're doing grenade and boogeyman stuff. Probably hop on flak next. Cat, you good? Hey, Cece, how are you? Cat is just doing cat things. Yeah, it's gotta be the dots. Because the music was coming back, and then it just went away again. Poor guy. Guess that's the downside of this build. You can't hear Borderlands 3's excellent soundtrack. How much time I'm spending dotted here? Projector would honestly be good. Let's build Bandcamp Amara. Hey Manigeek, how you doing? Prediction? What's the prediction, McBain? What do we predicted? Into this, I can refund now. These guys can fight or whatever. Well, I take care of that. There you go. Gonna be working and lurking today. Good to see you again. Good to have you. What do you think of Wonderlands? Or if we're released only got installed for the first time last week, struggling to engage with it like I did with BL2 or 3? It's my second favorite Lands game, behind BL3. It's got great build crafting, an enjoyable playthrough, and some cool deviations from the formula, and some cool concepts they tried out. My complaints with that game stem from boss hitboxes, UI design, and there is simply less game there, which is something we expected going in, but they did just leave a bunch of stuff unaddressed. It all depends on what you want out of these kinds of games. Like, if you're a playthrough enjoyer and you just like, you know, doing different flavor playthroughs, then you get good mileage out of it. If you enjoy doing build crafting and just fiddling with optimizing setups, then yeah, that's enjoyable. If you like sort of dungeon crawler Diablo 3 endgame style content, then yeah, the game provides that too. But it is a more limited experience overall than something like BL3's massive variety of content. It still has the second most endgame of any Lands game they've ever given us. Don't get it twisted. And second to BL3 isn't something I'd consider a failure, but it is a lot less if you're expecting something like BL3. Be more satisfied with game audio, but it is funny how fast triple stickies just dunk on this boss. You have a lot to be desired in game content. Chaos Chamber is a great idea in theory and lags in practice. You're gonna have to expand on that because it's a great idea in practice as well. Chaos Chamber is not one of the problems that game has. Chaos Chamber is good. It is a good idea that was also implemented well. Could there have been improvements and refinements? Yes. But I'm glad they did it. Let's do GTD. I want to do GTD and see how effectively I can justify throwing stickies the whole run. Guess not digging the gunplay as much on spells and feat feels like good ideas, but a lot of fiddling. Only like level 15, just haven't engaged with it as fast. Maybe it's me. At level 15, you've simply just not consumed enough of the game, in my opinion, to really haven't given it a chance. At level 15, most people were just having like a really good time, and the nitpicks a lot of people have the game with the game hadn't come up yet. Um, the melee system is the best they've done in any of the games. The spell system is just an evolution of BL3's grenade system, having a lot of variety and viability in several different ways. You have a point with the gunplay. If you're a player who focuses on like pew pew, then it is a less satisfying experience than say BL3. As a non-gun player primarily, that wasn't an issue for me, but it's something that I can take a step back and objectively look at and be like, I get that. I get it. Really fun for about a few days, instantly became repetitive and boring. Silent, that doesn't make fucking sense. You're a time trials runner. Like, take a step back and explain to me how a randomizer with more combinations than you can feasibly see the same room twice in a human lifetime if you did nothing but Chaos Chamber all day. Explain to me how that is more repetitive than you running the same proving ground that has 3 spawn variations in Borderlands 3 for literal years. The answer is, I'll answer for you, it's not. You personally got tired of it because you were expecting something else from it. Those are 2 different points of feedback. Let's give accurate feedback on things like this. Chaos Chamber is not, from an objective standpoint, any more repetitive than any other piece of content. Now, you can introduce the idea that every bit of endgame content in that game being filtered through the lens of the Chaos Chamber gives the perception of there being fewer choices. And that's still not something I fully agree with, but it's something I disagree with less. Ohio Gyoza Mouse. Hey, Omidata, how you doing? A lot of Wonderlands issues, lack of content compared to BL3, hitbox issues, miserable farming, leave me excited for a potential sequel. It's a great basis there, really hope Gearbox build on it in the future. Yeah, I think the majority of the problems are things that they could iron out with more time and resources in a future title. You know, obviously in a perfect world they resolved it in the existing one, but I don't think we think that's happening anymore. Feels incomplete and endgame's lacking massively. Chaos Chamber cannot carry the game. Again, I don't disagree with most of that. It does feel incomplete, sure, but that's not the Chaos Chamber's fault. You wanted things other than the Chaos Chamber. That does not make the Chaos Chamber bad. Use critical thinking. One of the biggest things on my wish list for future titles is that they stop making the UI worse every game. That would be really nice. But on a more impactful note, just giving players more options on how they acquire gear, especially if they're going to continue to increase the number of rolls each item has the way they have for the last 2 games. Just let us go after it more ways. The dedicated farmers, they really don't like when you encourage them to actually play the game. So just let them have their save quit slot machine. Whatever. Fuck it. But also include other choices. As long as we have alternatives, you can make everyone happy. Never said as bad as said it lacked in practice. It doesn't, though. So, I'll adjust my terminology. It doesn't lag in practice. Boring for what you enjoy. That's an entirely different take. It is not a part of the lens formula that you enjoy. That's an entirely different take. For example, my personal subjective opinion that Borderlands 2 is as fun as manscaping with a scroll saw is not objective fact, because a lot of people enjoy a lot of things that game brings to the table. A more accurate way of saying that would be Borderlands 2 does not provide the aspects of the lands experience that I enjoy. See the difference? And a lot of the bad will in the community and the unwillingness to try new things comes from people internalizing these subjective takes that are framed as objective facts. And it is something I definitely noticed over Wonderland's lifetime, of people seeing those poorly phrased takes and internalizing it and thinking that the game doesn't provide something that they want from it without ever having looked into it. And it's like, that's not necessarily true. Now that the game's content cycle is over, something we've seen a lot over in the official server over the last couple weeks is people who dismissed it before coming back to give it a chance. Or having a bit of more of a level-headed perspective now that we're a little more disconnected from the whole thing emotionally. Like a year later, and people are less white-knuckle about it, you know? Gave the game a chance for quite a while. For me, it never got better for a reason not to play BO3. They said and dismissed the game to begin with. Yeah, and I respect all of that, Silent. You put in effort, you gave it a chance, it wasn't what you wanted. And there's another game available that is what you want. So you went to that one. All of that is the correct perspective. Nothing but respect for all of that. How you doing, Jester? I've been away from Borderlands Wonderlands the past year. Didn't realize there was so much emotion around Wonderlands. Didn't mean to start thinking. No, you didn't. You didn't, Sammy Boy. We're just having a discussion about it. Yeah, no, you're good. It's the thing with Wonderlands is about a month in, the realization that Wonderlands is not Borderlands and was not going about things the way Borderlands is, that sunk in to the people who labeled it Borderlands. And there's some things people come to expect, especially after Borderlands 3, that game just didn't do, intentionally. It was like, we're doing different stuff. Some of those were creative successes, some of them were not. But it resulted in a lot of toxicity about the game. And that shit, it echoes. You know, negativity has reach. And founded or not, a lot of those takes have sort of poisoned the well for a lot of prospective new people. So it's one of those things that I do very heavily emphasize to give a chance before writing off, because it is very easy to see someone else's negative opinion of a thing and decide to never consume it, when you're really just locking yourself off from something you would have enjoyed. That's all that discussion is about. I really enjoyed the game. I'm not playing it actively, because it is more limited in scope, and BL3 is, you know, my true love, but that's my take on it. Better way to explain my perspective would be Chaos Chamber, good way to farm gear, probably best in lands, being only in-game content wasn't enjoyable. Having more content in general, more variety in content, I think is something most people can agree with. Most people are more upset about potential, not the game how it is. Now support ended, people aren't as upset about potential. Well, it's also, remember, Rune, we are a few months removed from the massive shit show that is the YouTube content engine being creators having video essays about every way Wonderlands ruined their life. We're removed from that now. And you know, as a, a YouTube content creator, you know how much reach videos have for months at a time. People will internalize those takes as their own opinions subconsciously. So, like, people with 7 minutes in the game will have the same take as someone who tried it for 200 hours and it really just didn't click for them, despite the fact that those are totally different experiences. Top 10 biggest Wonderlands betrayals, exactly, Ken. How do you feel about Wonderlands? They tested a bunch of new features that I think serve as great input for Borderlands 4. Exactly, Struggle Bus. I'm glad they did the experimentation, even the parts of it I really didn't like. For example, with the DLC season, I really like the idea of them using it as a series of expansions to the primary endgame content, adding a little bit of extra gear themed to each of the gear sets. I think that's all neat. I think we understand that they're not content heavy enough for people to feel satisfied on a consumer level, and that if you're gonna do a small piece of content like that where a huge part of the replayability is the boss, you need to make sure the boss is actually fucking good. I think that's the takeaway from those. Ball? Yes, ball. Hey, dinner mech. You're big out of meetings? Sounds good. Detonates to 1 year. So, like, I'm torn. I was gonna do... My original plan was I was gonna do some sort of marathon for 1 year of Wonderlands. But Resident Evil 4 Remake comes out the 24th. So, like... I don't know. I'm a lifelong Resident Evil fan, for those of you who don't know that about me. One of the streams I've enjoyed most across my entirety of, like, my time on Twitch as a creator was the 16-hour stream of Resident Evil Village I did when that came out. It was a real good time. Grenades and ball, no speedrunning tonight. Maybe some speedrunning later. Just sort of warming up with some Amara grenade stuff. Imagine if you got into RE8 speedrunning. The Village of Shadows run for Village is such a cool speedrun, and I legitimately considered learning it. It's super execution heavy, like, especially as far as an RE run goes. It's such an interesting speedrun. I actually might decide to run RE4 Remake if it has a good speedrun. My most watched content on Twitch outside of LAN stuff is RE speedrunning. I mostly lurk, but... Like, in 2021 for my Twitch recap. My most watched channels were Lazy, Cheese, and then 3 different Resident Evil speedrunners. Great New Game Plus casual glitchless for a while. Ooh, how was that? Love watching RE4 speedruns. It's such a satisfying game. I played the demo last night, finally, and my potato actually runs it well. I know some people are having problems with, you know, game stability, crashing on higher settings and stuff on the PC port, but my old-ass PC runs the game buttery smooth as long as I don't have, like, a stream going in the background. So I did go and pre-order it, finally. Looking forward to that. And it's so fun. Like, the original RE4 is an 18-year-old game. 18 years old, and I've played through it many times on many other platforms. Within 2 minutes of the demo, I already felt tension. Which is fucking fantastic. I know everything that's gonna happen, but it's still stressful. I feel about the RE DLCs. You played them? Haven't heard anyone mention them. Most of my friends are RE fans. I still haven't played Village DLC. I own it. I just haven't played it. I kind of forgot about it, to be honest. Ever played with Fallout 4? Yeah. I got it on release. Got a few hundred hours out of it. I played a little bit of it again. Like, I started a new character with some mods and stuff last year. My stance on Fallout 4 is that it's a really good game. It is not really my favorite Fallout game, because it cuts back on the RPG aspects quite a bit. But it's still got good gameplay. It's been forever since I've stepped on all 3 platforms. Traverse New Vegas, it's fun to play, removes the RPG elements. New Vegas is such a goated game from, like, legacy alone and amount of content. But that game is fucking hard to play. Like, it's clunky as shit. It's got a bunch of unfinished features, got a bunch of cut content. It crashes all the time. It runs like shit. It looks like shit. But it's still such a good game. So this is what I meant when I was considering triple stickies for GTD speedrunning on Amara, because you could just pre-fire, or pre-throw, I should say, and as long as you actually stick it to the fucking boss, you just insta-face. It's faster than Fish, more consistent as well. Like that. You just stick it before the immunity's over and you're good. I found a Pokemon ROM hack called This Gym of Mine lets you play as a gym leader. Ooh, that's cool. Obsidian Wallaby's cursed to make great games and shitty time budgets. I really hope they got a massively increased budget for the Outer Worlds too. The Outer Worlds is such a gem of a little game. And they're super modest about it. They're like, yeah, we didn't get to do most of the stuff we wanted to do, because time and budget. That's why their Outer Worlds 2 announcement was like, hey, we're making the game. No, we don't have anything to show you. But we're making it. I really like that game. It is very New Vegas in terms of character choice, and I think that was refreshing to see after you know, Fallout 4 was not that. I should give 76 a try. I know they mostly fixed the issues that plagued it early. Yeah, I've heard nothing but good things about 76 for the last 2 years or so. It came out in, what, 2018? 2017? But they got it right by about 2021. Maybe I need Revolter or the shock phases. Good to know. For the next gen update they did for the first Outer Worlds really busted stuff though, even on PC. Yeah, I started hearing that as well, which is really unfortunate because I wanted to check it out. I was considering doing it for stream content one day, but if it's not a good update, then I'll be staying away until they fix that. Murder Mystery DLC. Oh yeah. Absolutely love the Outer Worlds. Yeah, I saw that coming. Skill issue. Wrecked nerd. How dare that grenade that I parked right in front of my face and then stood in the blast radius of kill me? Honestly, the game is rigged. The game is shit. They should nerf terrain. None of this is my fault. How dare that thing do what I told it to do? Creation suicide, you bad game design. SMH my head, lazy devs fix the game. Yes, sir. Sorry, sir. Nerfing Amara right now. Thank you. That's more like it. But it's gonna be an aspect of Amara that's just, like, present, but not the focus of the build. So, like, because I have Catharsis on the build, for example, they're just gonna remove Catharsis as mayhem scaling. So it's gonna be a change that doesn't really affect anyone except people doing weird builds who go, what the fuck, why? Anyone not well versed in BL3, I just described like 2/3 of the Amara balance changes over the history of the game's life. Possible Vault Hunters for BL4. I assume there will be a Siren of some kind. I assume there will be a Soldier archetype of some kind. And I assume there will be a roguish archetype of some kind. Beyond that, I'm not willing to make any assumptions. Catharsis is no longer BAM scaled, has a 24-second cooldown, and Iron Bear is buffed. Amazing. All is right with the world. I find it hilarious that Outer Wilds and Outer Worlds came out the same year, caused a lot of confusion, wrong purchases. Outer Wilds is a fantastic game, by the way. I highly recommend it. I still have not even ever seen Outer Wilds. Like, what kind of game is it? Like, what do you do? I've heard a little bit of the soundtrack, and it sounds pretty good. But I've never seen gameplay or anything. And I don't know what game genre. For more smart balance changes, check out amarabuilds.com. Do you guys know we are sponsored by amarabuilds.com? Hey Wolf, mouse wheel died last night. I had to play a Devour Necro and use the wheel for movement. Ooh. That's ugh. I took your suggestion and was messing around with Army of the Dead last night. And because I'm weird and I have to be contrarian, I was doing LOD Army. And it's really fun. There's like potential to push. Doing LOD Army and Corpse Explosion. It's really fun. Army's bonkers is so crazy. Open world mystery detective game. Not exactly close enough. You explore a solar system in search of remnants of an old species that lived there. Ooh. That sounds up my alley. Pre-order D4 today, 'cause took a vacation day on Friday for beta. D4 is one of those things I'm still very ethically opposed to everything about ActiBliz. But I really want to play D4, and like, I don't know, I'm so conflicted. I most likely will end up playing it, but I think I'm just gonna avoid making content for it. That's gonna be the compromise I make for myself. Fucking ActiBliz. I wish I could just, like, enjoy the hype without having that in the back of my mind, but... Considering Amara is supposed to be the quote-unquote worst character or whatever, I actually love the accessibility she brought. Got bad hand tremors and her grabby hands action skills are great. Now, the thing was, with Amara being quote-unquote the weakest character, that's only by some metrics, and people really went and ran with that in the wrong direction. Like, the weakest BL3 Vault Hunter is still monstrously powerful in any of the scenarios we could consider any of the characters weakest. My philosophy is this: I agree, big assholes from the company to go. Think about the little guys, supported by the game, keep some job, and whatever happens, happens to the big guy. Boycott the whole company, little guys get canned for the assholes. That's just my opinion, of course, and I want to play D4. Yeah, it's one of those things where, like, boycotts in the name of ethical consumption do work sometimes, but sometimes they don't. Sometimes sometimes you do no good with that whole process. Sometimes you do, and it's impossible to know which is which, and corporations exist to make money. They will make changes based on what makes them more money. So, on that basis, a corporation like Activision, if someone stopped buying all their fucking games because of their actions, they would make changes. But it doesn't seem like enough people are doing that. We can hope for some sort of positive change in the company with the Microsoft deal. Copium, I don't even know which it is anymore. I do think trying to consume things more ethically is just a good practice in general. But, like, it remains to be seen if that does fucking anything with the Activision stuff. It's stressful to think about. It's one of those things I would not give anyone shit for, like, playing Diablo 4. Like, that'd be a weird take. I'd agree with that statement being software dev in most places. Usually the little guys go first, which is very sad too. Yeah, like, holding the correct people to account is something that depends on the people who need to be held accountable signing up for that. So, like, it never happened. I just want to reiterate as a baseline that I don't think video games should, you know, come at a actual human cost. That's my big thing. We should not need a disclaimer, no sex crimes were committed in the making of this game on video games, ever. But here we are, thanks Activision. Everyone should feel safe and protected from acts like that no matter where you work. Truth. I don't know if anyone remembers, but when Diablo 2 Resurrected was coming out, me, Vanderforge, and Moxie had plans to do, like, some co-op shit. And then all the Activision stuff dropped, and everyone noped out immediately. We're just like, nope. No. There is every reason to dope out, you know? Yeah. You don't play Sorcerer's first character, want to play Druid or Necro? They aren't available till Sunday, I think. What are the other, Day 1 characters? Because I'll probably end up playing Druid, since that was my favorite in D2. Sorcerer, Rogue, and Barb. I'll probably play Rogue, then. DH vibes. Rogue is also the only one that I've watched, like, the trailer for. Like, the early gameplay. Also, wasn't Rogue one of the classes you could play in D1? Wonder how many callbacks they'll have to that. I was gonna grenade that, but I would definitely die. Let's be safe. Wait for D4 to evolve more than Borderlands games ever have. I was talking about this with Control, and, like, The primal system. I've talked about this on stream a bunch, but I'm sure Wolf can vouch as well. The ability to just everything about the primals, especially with the primordial ashes. Please take notes, Gearbox. Please. People want a specific version of something. Give them a way outside the normal loot progression system to get it. Still requires time investment. Still has a cost and is not crafting in the way people are afraid of crafting. Gearbox said they pulled inspiration from Diablo implemented Borderlands. Yeah, that's the point, Wolf. Diablo 2 was the... Diablo 1 and 2 were the main basis for Borderlands loot system. Like, they're just like, hey, what if we did that, but with guns? And then they didn't take any of the improvements to that formula that came in with Diablo 3, for example. That's one of my big issues. Example of that. Rarity in Diablo is very clearly defined for each of the colors. They all have their own role, they all have their own, you know, flavor. It's very clean. Rarity system in Borderlands is an absolute shit show and nobody knows what they want out of it. Chaos Chamber's a bad version of Greater Rifts. I wouldn't say bad, I'd say... Well, I think Greater Rifts are better. Sure. I like Chaos Chambers. A more refined version of the Chaos Chamber would be great going forward in land stuff. I think Greater Rifts are definitely a more fully realized version of that in pretty much every possible way. But it's kind of like how Borderlands players aren't used to much of anything from other games or genres, so we do have to take baby steps with Lands games. Like, you're a Destiny player, Wolf. You do raids and stuff. What we consider raids in Borderlands and what we consider raids in Destiny are two very different things, right? And we can't get to anything approaching Destiny raid mechanics until people learn the basic shit in Borderlands. Raids in Borderlands are considered strikes, IMO, they aren't considered raids. So there you go. A game with raids is like, yeah, those aren't raids. I did a few years of progression raiding in Star Wars The Old Republic. Those are like raids. Takedowns are more like, the equivalent would be flashpoints in that game. I think they're called dungeons in WoW. But for Borderlands, it is the most advanced activity format. I would like to get it to a point where it could be more like a raid. But we can't get there until people get over their phobia of standing in a glowing square. Love SWTOR storyline. I really enjoyed my time with SWTOR. Obi Data. I think MMO's trained us to not stand in shit so people have PTSD while standing and stuff. But it's so easy to do. It is like the most basic possible mechanic. Don't stand in bad shit. Yet as we saw with, say, the GTD in Borderlands 3 and every Wonderlands boss, players who have not been trained to do that absolutely hate when they have to do that, which means people have to be trained. Like, one of the most complained about bosses in Wonderlands is Wastard. Wastard can't hit you if you're, like, paying attention. He just can't hit you. It's as simple as not standing and stuff. But how many times in Borderlands are you actually really forcefully told not to stand and stuff. It's not often. I can't think of very many at all. Like Hemovorus boss fight, Troy boss fight. The Guardian takedown bosses. Anything else in Borderlands 3 that encourages you not standing and shit? You had an add-on in WoW where if you stood and stuff, we called it stood stupid. Yep. The add-on just blared an annoying sound to get out. Of course, the add-on was called GTFO. Amazing. Farm Wastard, he's easy at C100 even. Hide behind any rock and shoot, he can't kill you. Exactly, Grasshopper. It is just as simple as don't allow him to hit you. And it's very easy to prevent him from doing so. But the issue comes from people who don't think about that concept at all and or who are unwilling to modify their approach. So then if you're getting hit by every single one of his attacks, he starts getting a little fucking frustrating, yeah? Stand in the fucking circle, Kibsworth. The game even does tell you that, Bloodless Angel, yeah. You're absolutely right. The lava's rising. Master Chief fight in BL2. Yeah, I suppose. You say Wastard has so much HP? Wastard has less HP than most of the other bosses. I think the thing the HP did, Sambade, is it just gave him more time to have more chances to hit you. That's all it is. It all goes back to him hitting you. Man, modifier literally doesn't want you to stand still. Floor is lava. The floor is lava is one of the less disruptive man modifiers in this game. The annoying part is just when you're trying to loot. Just annoying that little ad assorted shields. People just killed the ad. He wasn't that bad. Sure, on launch damage is high. It's been adjusted. Even before adjustments, just taking survivability in your hero points and your skill tree was enough. To the point where only the purple Nova could meaningfully threaten you. And that's the one with a literal 3-second wind-up that you can outrange or LOS. So, like, there was still counterplay. But as you said, dealing with the bird is the only mechanic present other than don't get hit by the telegraphed attacks. And we need, in Lands games, we need more stuff like Wastard to train people so that we can get more variety in our gameplay. We're never gonna get to, like, interesting mechanics if people get absolutely walled and just trash the game when it asks for very basic things. And I gotta say, in terms of boss design in Wonderlands throughout the story, they really did try to prepare you for that. First major boss you fight, Banshee. It's got the jump rope mechanic. Doesn't have you do anything else while that's happening. It's like, hey, you can try to damage the boss while this is going on, but, like, focus on this. And then it introduces bosses later where you do have to do some flavor of avoiding an attack while doing something else. Like, you get the jump rope beams thing on Banshee, then later on Nightmare, you've got the one you have to strafe, you've got the one you gotta crouch, you've got the one you have to jump. Like, that was really good game design. Them structuring the bosses that way in that order. Lurk meeting sounds good, Wolf. Enjoy the lurk. Doing more stuff like that, I think, just carries these games forward. Healer made my totally reasonable fear of glowing circles has more to do with other people standing in them. Well, yeah, as a healer, you know other people are usually the problem. I did all 3 roles in SWTOR. I did healing the least. Hey, Big Bug, how you doing? I did healing the least, but I was still, like, second string healer for a lot of raid content. Anyone who played SWTOR, if you know Hateful Entity, I operative healed that. So, like, stress, but fun. I didn't really do much other healing. I only Merc healed in PvP. Um, oh god, but why though? um, because stress and fun. But yeah, I did operative healing hateful. Normally my roles in raiding, DPS most frequently. Um, from 2.4 to like 2. Actually, no, this was post 3.0 as well. It was from right before 3.0, so right before Temple of Sacrifice and stuff dropped, until a few patches after. I was top Marauder in the world in terms of DPS. So I did a lot of that, but I initially got into that game raiding Assassin tanking right after they changed Assassin from a lifesteal tank to a mitigation tank. So having played all the roles, respect your healers. Just don't stand in shit. Just don't do it. It makes everyone's life shit. Just don't stand in the bad shit. Who jumps into healing to start in a raid? I didn't start with that. But like my experience with healing in that game did go from just basic level stuff to, hey, we need a healer and you're competent, do this. I'm like, okay. We'll get on this save and we'll change it up for the boogie. People moan about Drill. I think he's a good fight in a gear check as well. I agree, Grasshopper. Having a boss that like is a do this much damage or you do not get past me is something that's a given in any other progression based shooter. Seriously. Like, it's just a thing. Everyone gets on melee DPS for standing in it, like range DPS is even less excuse. Well, usually, at least with well-designed bosses, melee DPS don't need to move as much as the ranged ones do. Because it would be pretty shitty to, like, have them have to do the same amount, right? There's exceptions to that fight-wise. The HK-47 fight in Temple of Sacrifice is a really good example, in my opinion. There's a mechanic where the boss just puts a sticky bomb on everybody at once, and you all need to spread out. Obviously, the range DPS can keep DPSing while this is happening, and the melee can't. But Borderlands' builds, it's allergic to testing them with failure. Yep. Doing Mithrix Restrain 2 melee is so fun. It's so punishing. But I do like it. Okay, this is the wedding invitation setup. This has just been my general test guns out save. And that's been fun. The idea right now is I want to try out Boogeyman on Flak, because I've not done that extensively. Completed all in-game content for each of the BL3 Vault Hunters except Haga Fervor on True Trials and Amara. Toft will get there eventually. I believe in you, Grasshopper. It's just, think of it as the largest HP bar in the game, because it is. And Amara is the character who is most likely to have trouble with a big single target. You still have options. There still are ads that spawn, so you can do standard Amara multi-target stuff like Remnant, Indiscriminate, you know, all that. But there's also single target approaches. Obviously, Phase Flare is good for stuff like that. You can do the triple sticky grenade stuff that I was doing on stream today. You've got Amara can do dot builds. Of course, you've got Fish Unleash the Dragon. You got plenty of options, but it is sort of problem solving. Single target bossing on Amara is more likely to be problem solving based than the same situations on, say, Zane or Moze, because they can just pew pew. Post my time with Borderlands, played Melee more and more consistently. Yet again, Wonderland's Melee system. Please carry that forward to Borderlands as well. It's just better. Okay, so what anointment do I go with Boogeyman here? I'm thinking we go Bounty Hunter so we can benefit from, you know, the flaccid tech. I'm tempted to go Urad with a wish. We go all in. Coincidentally enough, this is the name of my Zane build. Pew Pew. Sounds right. Gotta work, enjoy your stream. Thanks for stopping by, Grasshopper. I appreciate it. Hope work goes well. Got the granny hands mechanic. No, we're calling it that. It's granny hands now, homie data. I don't make the rules. I just enforce them. One amp on this thing? Probably not. What other parts do I want on a wish? What does this thing get? I suppose absorb would be the most sensible here. Which parts break this thing? That's so annoying. Yeah, I could go rad damage there. Yeah, I'm thinking this might be a Gamma Burst setup. So grenade-wise, I'm gonna do light speed ASA 150. Just do triple sticky. Yeah, let's just go with triple sticky. Might honestly still kill without a GA. Like, one-shot bosses. I need a bounty hunter. Splash, sniper. Gun damage, I guess. Trying out some boogeyman stuff, chat. Do I want radius on this? We'll just go with gun damage right now. So if I go Vlad off company man, then I get some gun damage over there. Can't Urad without a deathless if I want to have the wish. Yeah, so we'll go weapon damage, because I'm not going to have the company man on. I try to think out loud while doing this, so you guys don't see me just staring blankly while thinking of what gear to use to try this out. So my stomach is making interesting noises, as it does. So Deathless. Can I go Atom Bomb here? Go Flesh Melter. Flesh Melter would go crazy. But I do have bonus elements interfering. I'm inclined to just do it anyway. Operation turned Yakuma's into Theo Mizuhara's in full effect. I don't know who that is. The Theo person. I know who Yakuma's is. Imagine building a character while not being silent and miming the Thinker statue. Skill issue on my part, honestly. Alright, we'll go with Atom Bomb Deathless. Corrosive damage on the bottom. See how this plays out. Respec. Come up, trust me, you won't regret it. That's a pretty man. That is a pretty man. Or individual, I shouldn't assume. Yeah, I support this project, Moo. I support it. Do I want the pet to have a copy of this wish? I don't think I do, because it's just gonna, like, die. Being such a meme right now. More fuzzy math copium. Such a fucking train wreck. I want to get down to endurance. Ugh. That's what happens when you try weird shit. You end up with really cursed skill trees. No pet revive. Amazing idea, Quag. You're really outdoing yourself. see how this meme plays. Y2K fits. Okay, so while this build fails in front of us, because Purple Trio Mega Lol, what speedrun category should I push next? I reclaimed Amara True Guardian Takedown. I could try to improve Flag True Guardian Takedown. Sub 16 is just a matter of me throwing more attempts at it. Maybe I should have put a fire resist on my shield. Forgot about that. Maybe we go Flesh Melter and then fire resist. I feel like there's some improvement to be had in Slaughter Star for my Zane setup, but do I really feel like doing that? I don't know. If I just play like Moe's and shoot and throw at the same time, then it does pretty well, huh? This is less shit than I thought it would be. But we're vulnerable to a bunch of things here. I don't have Pet Revive, so if I get same frame by a barrel or my Wish Dot, then the fact this curse setup's working caused me pain. I figured it would. Also, the second Gamma Burst decides to stop functioning, we're fucked. Maybe I should have a GA for what I really want the grenades to kill. I won't stress about it. It's just a good example of, you know, Purple Tree. You can force stuff to work in spite of it. Okay, how much does this skull do? Are you going for an enemy? Yeah, you did fuck off. Man, I wish Boogeyman skulls were better. They're in this unfortunate position where if you don't GA swap them, they do nothing, and I hate GA swapping. Like, we have a lot of damage formula. We're flak. That should have done something. That one killed. You can kill basic Malawan troops. These GA swapping just got ads. the skulls from the boogeyman. I wish they were better. Like, granted, I don't have much grenade damage right now. I just have Guardian Rake. But I was hoping with, you know, Flaccid Tech it'd be stronger. Hey Voodoo, how you doing? Voodoo, I was just trying to figure out which category I want to grind out next. I don't know. I mean, I could keep trying to go for sub 16 True Guardian on Flak, I guess. Trying that a few days ago. It's one of those things that's just, well, I thought the Amara record improvement would take me longer than it did as well, to be fair. I still want to try out Zane Boogeyman before I do that, so after this, I'll hop on Zane. Congrats again. Thank you. Honestly, I didn't think the run would go that well. It was just a huge PB very quickly. Pretty fast recovery. I also didn't think it'd be by that much. But I made a few gear swaps and it worked out pretty well. I basically changed my entire like gear setup around to get me an extra annoyance worth of damage, and then I lowered my movement speed, and it ended up working out to be significantly more consistent. Like there's still time save on that run because I lowered my movement speed. Submitting Amara scaled MTD 325. Ooh, let's go. The scaled MTD pushing is really cool. I'm glad to see you guys grinding that out. I just don't enjoy running MTD as a category. It's just too much RNG for me. I don't like it. But it's really cool to see what you guys are doing with it. How much farther do you think Amara can go, Voodoo? Zane's sister managed to take Remote Ranger to 809. Then Super took Globetrotter at 8. Yo, you took Remote Ranger to 809? Fucking proud. Good shit. Something I considered for Remote Ranger that I never tried pushing with Butter was going with Ember's Blaze. And then instead of parking Clone at that big sightline, you park him over to the right on that hill where the Blaze will hit one of the spawns and then he can shoot the others. It's also extra damage for you while you're spark plug slamming. Might go to 320 with me, maybe even better. Ooh. I would love to see all of the characters get sub 3 scaled. I think that'd be a really neat thing to just show off. It's cool to see how fast Mose has gotten in MTD, because Mose was the slowest for a long time. We'll probably end up remaining the slowest in general, but like your average player struggles to do MTD on Mose faster than like 8 minutes. So time trials runners, shaving it down as much as I have is very cool. Having problems controlling Amara movement sometimes on MTD. I had that same problem on GTD. I had to go down from 3 points in vigor to 2 points. And it helped. Ember's Blaze the shield? Yeah. If I use that, I would lose the Frozen Heart Nova, which means rack problems. That makes sense. Yeah, dealing with the racks is tough. You would need an alternate strat there. What comm you running? This is a really stupid idea on my part, but hear me out. But first, what comm you running? Never get those heavies out of that hallway. Tried money candy, new card, nothing works. They didn't always act so resistant to that, Tom. Also, hi, how you doing? Good to see you. They didn't always act so resistant. Like, at some point in BL3's life, those guys stopped running out immediately, but they very much used to. You ask me about the comp? No, I'm asking Butter. Well, I'm curious what you're running as well, Voodoo. Are you running a driver? Boogeyman still goes well with this, but like the sticky grenades are monstrous even without stat stick. Yeah, people who think GA is necessary for non-gun stuff, no. That's so silly. Why did it do that much damage? I suppose ASA 150 is a decent chunk of a GA's worth of damage, but like, I don't have pack tactics. I don't have power inside. It just still does that. That's concerning. Like, I could just, ugh. With more answers to the question. What class mod are you running with? I hate that that worked as well as it did, like the grenade part. Like, I know we know that triple stickies are crazy, and that with double dipping it gets nuts, but I suppose that's Bounty Hunter doing a lot. But I don't have grenade damage. I don't have more than okay boomer. My shield isn't helping me. I didn't even have a shield anoint active there. That's so much damage. Brazilian Cistern Conductor. Have you considered Spy? Now, I know that's crazy. You don't get duration off of that. Your handling of mobs would have to be a lot tighter. But the idea behind that is you can get a free point in Arman Flint without having to deviate skill tree-wise. And then you could just Arman Flint freeze the Rex and deal with them that way. Obviously, you would have to look at them, but like one Armen Flint and then 4 Headsman's Hand probably would be the setup for that. Since I try weird stuff with Cistern because enemies in Cistern have no fucking health. You don't need damage. like at all. Conductor gives you the most duration, and it gives you some damage. But like if you can manage the duration well enough without it, then presents options. Just a random thought I had. Alright, let's try Zane. I gotta find a Zane save that'll be suitable for this. I don't have Zane gun builds, like, ready to go. Because I never do them. That was probably a gun build. No, that's another Remote Ranger clone based on the skin. Replay Zane. Yeah, this is a rune save. Let's steal this one. Cryo Anarchy clone, not proc CCC so often I can spam the Novas perfectly fine. That makes sense. I heard Zane go pew. That's true. That's true. CCC for Cistern is such a based pick, Butter. That's really cool. Yeah, I like that tech a lot. Okay, yeah, I can change up this. So, trying to think what I actually run here. Does Boogeyman roll Splash Annoy? Is that a thing? No, not Zane. Zan? Oh, yeah, sorry. Zan. Do go pew. No Splash Noise. Okay. Do I ironically run the status Anoint for bigger red explosions? Action skill and status. You definitely want Cryo Boogeyman, so let me grab that first. This will probably be... We could be super spicy, go Mantis Grenade on this. Status chance damage. Let's do it. What is the name of that Anoint? Skill and Ellie chance damage. Sure. An Executor. We go area damage, area radius, and suppose sniper damage. Artifact wise. I guess since we're doing red explosion stuff, I may as well do Atom Bomb. Although, Company Man just works out better damage-wise, right? No, the gun damage does less for me. Don't get weapon type when Company Man already have a bunch of crit. But now I'm like, if I'm running an atom bomb, I want to go deathless and you red. We're not gonna. We're not gonna do that. I guess Vic Rush is minimal as that would be here. Fine with ASC 50 rad? Cool. Any suffixes that would be good here other than that? No, it's Vic Rush. Okay. Proper sniper damage. Rad damage passive. One Deathless Splug for you, Rad. Deathless Splug is, on Remote Ranger we're talking about? Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Makes a lot of sense. Did you change up the Anoint priority at all? Still Terror Melee Gen? Or Melee Terror Gen? Terror Cryo? Or something else? Because, again, you don't really need the Terror Cryo, I don't think. You'd probably be fine with 150 over 90, because that would, if anything, help the Frozen Hearts out a lot. But I don't know what you do with the Shield Anoint slot. I guess you could go Sentinel movement speed at that point. I'm just thinking out loud. Trying to guess what you might have done. Like, you lose the terror damage and fire rate if you drop that. That's a big mult to not have. But I don't know if you're just not shooting the GA, because shooting the GA helps. Hey, it's Curdy. How you doing? Let me know if I butchered your name, by the way. You use Urad, Terra Melee, Terra Damage Fire Rate. That makes sense. Yeah. Urad on the gun. You're not Kirby. It might have sounded like I said Kirby. I didn't. But now I'm seeing it's Kirby, and I wish it was it's Kirby. Using your rack set build, loving it. Hey, I'm glad. Welcome in. Ellie Chance damage gives significant boost in handling and accuracy. Didn't notice how strong it was till I did Moonfire on non-dot build. But holy shit, I can't use this gun. Huh. That's cool, because, like, Flak doesn't have accuracy. So maybe I revisit that on Flak. That's cool. I'll try that. Got the Rad AC here already. I need a wish. Is there one on the save already? No? Okay. Make sure to grab that. There's the Executor. There's the Vic Rush. There's the Boogeyman. Wish Kirby was in chat. I brain farted. What am I going for? Wish. Wish, wish, wish. Yes, ASC Cryo here? Would make the most sense. And we're gonna get super weird with the skill tree, because I like doing that. Pretty sure if you manage to proc Best Served Cold via non-CN debt, red method procs the location to kill the enemy, thus giving Zane built-in red explosions. So, like, you just by killing an enemy, it happens where the enemy is. I think that's how it works. But best served cold is fixed damage value. Doesn't care how much damage you did to kill the enemy. Which could be advantageous in content like Cistern, where enemies have very low HP. Don't need good misfortune. This is just me messing around with one gun. One gun. Zan? Yeah. I wish it didn't have internal cooldown. Catharsis moment. We got to come up with the 4 horsemen of unnecessary cooldowns. I can think of 3. We've got Catharsis, we've got Best Served Cold, and we've got Fuzzy Math. Can we think of another? I mean, I can think of a second flak one, and that would be, keep them safe, but, like, who cares about that skill? What do I even do with the rest of these skill points? Playing Zane is so weird. Like, your skills don't fucking matter. Like, none of this matters. I guess shield capacity. None of this matters. Nova annoyant. Now we're doing the status annoyant. The status chance damage. I guess I take that. That. The stiff upper lip. What was the spaghetti with stiff upper lip? Was it that it doesn't work? I always forget. Oh, meant for ICD cooldowns no one asked for? Yeah, you know, that's fair. That's true. Sure. Fuck it. We'll include that. Me and my short-term memory. Apologies. It was green bad. It was probably that. Revengeinator. Ooh, there's another one. I guess there's no reason not to take duct tape mod. I hate this fucking character. Like, there's no reason for me not to do that. And I hate it. Cool. Well, let's see how this goes. Utility belt is the 1 point weirdo. Yeah, I remember that much. There was something with stiff upper lip, I thought, but Zane is a level 60 character? Yes. You have 12 too many skill points. I mean, honestly, 57, he had enough as well. But purple didn't exist back then, so... So idea behind this is we should see some pretty beefy rad explosions. We've got a boogeyman that's able to shoot out 3 projectiles with a shitload of fire rate. Why you just go CCC? I doubt I'll be freezing. Oh, I have Armament Flint, so I could. Could I even get there, though? I guess I could drop Death Follows Close and get CCC. Well, like, I'm using a wish. So I'm not going to get much mileage out of that. I wish you wouldn't. Got me. Bacon. Cheese. Search stiff over lip. Zane spaghetti generator just... Okay. Okay. No weirdness then. Maybe I should have taken that. Funk. Really expensive jacket, reduce wish dot duration. I don't think that would matter, because I'd just be reapplying it anyway. Ouchie. Oh, I ran out of ammo. I was totally not paying attention. I didn't plan for this. Okay. Utility belt should have been capped at 1 instead of its hidden 2 stacks. Yeah. Duct tape mod not making Zane immune to wish dot almost surprises me. Almost. Sniper moment. It's just me not having ammo regen. Which I should. This should honestly be Digiclone ammo regen instead of that, and then Digiclone. But like, I'll come back to this another time. Yes, I'm already that bored playing Zane. I don't know how you play this character with guns rune. It, like, literally 1 minute of gun Zane bored the shit out of me. Go back to Amara. Hey Luke, how you doing? I'll do GTD. We'll do a Malawan. We'll fry the game audio. Then I'll speedrun something. Then I'll speedrun something. Built different? Certainly are. Hey Asa, how are you? It's the Os 3 lands guy. That's true. I still gotta try a version of this with a Light Fantastic Hunter Seeker. That was a fast courtyard clear. The dot Nova Annoy could be the reason why the ICD is in place to prevent Novas being spammed so much. Crash the game. Could be. Grenade you using? This is a purple grenade. This is a Hyperion grenade with 3 sticky parts. Doesn't necessarily have to be a Hyperion. Hyperion's chosen here because it longbow delivery makes it better for long ranges. But Hyperion actually does have lower damage on grenades than other manufacturers. If you wanted the most, I believe it'd be Pangolin because of the mechanics of rubberized. But if you wanted the most on like a single impact with enemy, then it'd be TDR. Some form of ICD is definitely necessary, but 2+ seconds now. It's also worth noting that if you switch weapons, the ICD doesn't seem to be in place anymore. So it further gives bias towards characters with swap speed. Like, Amara can fully swap weapons in a quarter second. Easily. Your double Valk skip on Amara? Yeah, you can do it on every character. Valk skip is just a timing thing. It's not a particularly taxing damage check. If a build is struggling to do that, it's usually a timing thing. Oh, I forgot to break my Pestilence. I'm probably dead here. Especially if that happens. Yeah, you know, I'll just take the L here, and just not blow myself up with the sticky nade next time. Wonder if that cooldown is easily changeable. To be fair, I haven't done anything BL related in a while. It's one of those things that, like, the thing's situational enough. Difficult enough to get value out of that, like, long cooldown is really not necessary. Gotta go for a bit. Hope you're still streaming when I get back. Yeah, I'll still be live for at least 2 hours. Fish sticker. That's why longbow's good. Yeah, we shoot the Guardian Angel. As everyone should. Fall down. Thank you. Are the enemies getting rad dot? My gun anoint. This one. Hey Vocal, how are you? Good to see you. Ooh, that was smooth. Brains melted from plotting data for the past hour or so. How's the game been? It's going well. It's going well. Pleasantly surprised by how some grenade stuff worked out on Flak, which shouldn't be surprising at this point, but here we are. I'm just enjoying messing with this Amara build. Using a lot of triple sticky nades today. Force myself to sort of practice using Shooting Star efficiently and mobbing. I've gotten better. Like that. Something so satisfying throughout explosion sound. For sure, Tom, for sure. Ball doing work, indeed. This sort of looks very fun. This is the Shooting Star variant, and I would say that this one is probably the premier one, because it has projectiles that will seek out nearby enemies, so it doesn't need to be directly on a target. And it's at the expedite tier of investment. Light Fantastic is really good, really cool, really fun, but it's deep enough that you start losing things from other trees. Like, I don't want to lose my red tree investment on this build because Forceful Expression helps out this build quite a lot. So Shooting Star is just a good compromise. And Light Fantastic requires multiple kills to ramp up to its damage. Shooting Star, you basically just need to punch it once. And now it's good to go. Needs to take some lessons from Spirit Swarm. Not read the descriptions, I'm gonna go do that. Yeah, they are subtly different. Like, Phase Flare is just the basic functionality here. It does have higher impact damage, and higher area damage than Shooting Star, but it doesn't have the projectiles thing. It's got longer duration. And does the scroll bar work on this? No? Alright, yeah. Borderlands UI moment. I can't scroll that. I don't know what the base cooldown on normal Phase Flare is, because I can't scroll to it, but yeah, so there's slight trade-offs here. Glow Up lasts the longest. But it doesn't have the aura damage anymore. It just has AoE healing. Ball would need a nerf if it could ignore terrain, which is what I think they should have done. Yeah, I agree. I mean, we saw how well Ghostblade plays, provided individual enemy hitboxes are cooperative. Ghostblade, you just move it directly, and it works out great. Like, it just teleports there. I really think Ghostblade is the perfected version of Phase Flare. Just melee instead of action skill. Ghost ball. Ball? Someone say ball? There's the game audio cutting out. Or the music. Ouch. Another thing I love about this is the Beskar reflects are just doing so much work. They get Forceful Expression, they're getting the URAD, they can Indiscriminate, they're spreading a bunch of dots. This is like No You, but a Mara flavor, basically. The setup on Flak, where I run Reflect Shields and URAD and Racks, all that stuff. Yeah, this is just that on Amara. I've never made a build around Glow Up, this Phase Flare variant, and I kind of want to. Because you still have some amount of single target damage with it, because 14k base damage on an action skill is not low for one that has an element and splash and action skill scaling and all that. Like, you could still definitely kill things with that. But it's also got the longest duration of any of Amara's action skills. It'll just be out for a while. And the healing, I mean, base of 2,911 per second is interesting because that's a fixed number. What if you ran that with loaded dice? And just stood there. Easy. So it doesn't have the AoE dot. The card says it doesn't. I don't know if it's actually true. Only one way to find out. It's time for my saves folder to increase by +1 again. We can test out glow up stuff. Fuck it. Let's do it. Yeah, let's do that. More testing. I was gonna do speedrunning, but we're back in science mode again. Doesn't do continuous damage, it's gotta move. It can hit very hard when you move it though. I think we'll play around with this. So glow up, loaded dice. Ooh, Samsara. We can get Samsara, we can get clarity, we can get so much healing. Alright, we're doing this. Can't tell which one is bigger, the amount of items in Quag's bank or the amount of character saves he has. It's my saves. By far, Butter. By far. Bank can only hold 500. I have more than 3 times that many in saves. Alright, first let's get the skill tree sorted. The idea behind this setup is going to be we're going to have so much passive healing that that's going to be our tank. Yeah, Butter, the exact number is 1,774 is the amount of saves I have. Glow up's healing you every tick. I don't even know if you need anything else. Get as much damage as possible. Cool. We'll try it out. Try it out. Ooh, we could go unweave with this, right? You serve a problem? That I don't have enough saves? I agree. I agree. I always like trusting yourself. Swap speed is too nice to not take. We take expedite so that we have good glow up uptime. I don't know if we need to go farther than this, in all honesty. Maybe if we go for the unweave stuff, we do free the soul and all that. What are our main methods of dealing damage going to be? I guess this is the opportunity where I could start doing Hunter Seeker stuff? Question mark? No, I wouldn't be able to do Kensei Hunter Seeker because Glow Up would be the least possible uptime on that. What class mod do we think I'm running here? Is it yet another Phaserker? We could go Driver. Driver for Projector. Stone. Ooh, I like Stone comp. 3 Awakening. I think I like that. Okay. Probably not gonna be using guns much. We'll do that. Go with that for now. Other trees. Do I need any more than that in green? I don't think I do. I don't want red here. I'm not gonna have URAD. So does Anima still have as much value here? What is my way of applying radiation gonna be? I don't think I'm gonna have a consistent one, because if I have glow up at all times, then I'm gonna need to apply rad through like the item itself. I guess I could throw rad grenades. True melee Muse ASA 150 grenade. Ooh. That's an idea. That's an idea. Hmm. Melee grenade action skill hybrid time? I'm tempted to max out purple here, because getting clear the mind seems wise. This is really a what am I trying to deal damage with sort of moment, and I need to decide that, I suppose. I'd like to continue doing grenades, which screams to me get this. Like, I could also just get that instead. I'm not gonna run base cryo element, I don't think. Although if I max out purple, then I just could. And then we'd get on weave, and then I wouldn't be taking anima. But that's likely to put me in a position where I start clicking body and mind, and I don't want to do that. So we'll take 1 infusion in case I shoot a GA. Fastball, cap green and purple, just throwing ideas. Yeah, yeah. I like it. I like it. I do harm. Yeah, I got that. I'll take that, just see what happens. Still have enough points that I could go multiple ways with this. Burn both ends would be funny because it makes the enemies way more aggressive to you. Um, and with this amount of healing, I'd probably still be okay. But if I'm doing grenade stuff, I really do like this. Probably a good situation for a burn both ends outside self-dots. I could go that deep, and then that would still let me get down to Catharsis. Question is, am I doing melee or not? I go cryo, main element, since if I'm going to be running stone, I already have the 5 tapestry. I could have a lot of cryo efficiency and then just unweave. You didn't think that daylight savings would fuck me up this bad. Worst part is I have shit I need to do. Yeah, it got me pretty bad too. Got me pretty bad. Alright, fuck it. We're gonna do this. We're gonna do that. Do some cryo stuff. Say Indus over Catharsis for 5 life purposes if you get that far in red. If I pull a Samsara, I could get that. I've got Pestilence. I got Pestilence. But now I'm at a point where, like, what do I do with this tier? Just waste points into infusion, I guess? Because Anima's not going to do anything, because cryo. I'm going to want clear the mind. I'll avoid body and mind because I'm based. I wanted Wildfire, so we're going to get Wildfire. Let's see what happens. Breaking news, Pestilence Nova considered a bullet and therefore indiscriminate shitposting, I hope. As far as I know, it's not a bullet. Because if it was, it could erase her, probably. And that's scary. We don't need that. Definitely don't need that. Has anyone ever tried that? I'm scared. I gotta pee. That actually scared the piss out of me. Okay, I'm back. Racer Pestilence Nova, yeah, that was the thing. If it was a bullet, I don't think it would proc expedite, and it does proc expedite. Yeah. Okay, we're safe. We're safe. We're safe. We're safe. What Mr. Sean said made me feel safe. Okay, so now the gear. I'm going to want a loaded dice. For those who don't know, loaded dice, it's not a health reservation effect. It lowers your max, meaning that fixed HP value healing uh, gains a lot of value. So, namely, Amara's glow up action skill, which is what we're building around, and also the health regen passives you can get on class mod and artifact. Loaded dice also has the auto idle effect built in, where you get a percentage of your health back on every kill. That's going to help us out. Ooh, last stand loaded dice would be funny. I like Sparkplug here. Sparkplug goes hard here. Hey Jess, how you doing? Good to see you. Is BO3 you feeling safe as the first step of betrayal? Yeah, you're not wrong. Alright, so we've got area damage there. Health regen. And what do we put in the primary? I guess movement speed. Or I should go grenade damage. I should go grenade damage. We'll do that. Doing great, how are you? Doing very well. Having a lot of fun with build science today. We're getting ready to do a weird healing focused setup on with an Amara action skill that I've never actually used for more than a couple minutes before. I'm excited for that. I'm just putting together the gear right now. Area damage. Area radius grenade damage. Five do harm on the stone. Yeah, that makes the most sense. Because I don't need more tapestry, really. Well, maybe I want it. Oh, not having Phase Zerker front loading the stacks makes do harm make more sense. Ice Spiker for Expedite? That's an option. It would have to kill, though. Through Awakening for more stone DR. Okay. Through Awakening to do harm. That gets us more cryo efficiency anyway. Yeah, I'm happy with that. Going to learn a lot more about builds. Always excited to watch. Hey, happy to have you. We do weird stuff here. The stuff people don't even think about doing. Revolter makes sense. Sure. That works there. That works there. Okay, so this is our health regen with just the passive on the loaded dice. Maybe I give up radius. Maybe I give up a splash damage roll there for health regen. Maybe do that. Hey, Six Crow, thank you for the 5 months. More and more brain exploding builds. I do my best. Do my best. Like weird stuff, it's unique. That's one of my favorite things about this game. There's always something weird that nobody's explored. Always. I could give up the radius roll. That'll make my triple sticky safer to play around. We'll try that.
More and more brain exploding builds.
Thank you so much, Six Crow. Explains John. Some people don't even think about doing the thing people are afraid of thinking about. The deepest parts of their fears. They shun us out for we go against their narrative or something. I'm not a writer. I don't know. That was pretty well put. GA anoint here. What do I go with here? Here's what I do. I run a low-level Revolter so it'll break on its own. Then I run Generate Terror Melee, and then Damage and Fire AGA. That's the sauce. Like that? Oh no, there we go. Happens when I type. Professional streamer, by the way. That is a goofy word. It's back? Yeah. I gotta rebind that. Low? There we go. Blow up, where are you? Are you stuck? It's stuck. Now shoot me? This is the healing we're dealing with. Okay, it takes multiple enemies. That's cool. So dots are something to be worried about with loaded dice setups, because they do stop you from getting back above health gate. As long as we stay right next to glow up, we are extremely hard to kill. Ass clap build? Ooh. Can't see described as juicy healing to me. So, like, enemies just kind of can't kill us, is the description. Like, we need to be dotted to die. And this is without a defensive shield. I'm just using a revolter, which I don't need. How many times can the kill reload speed on stack? 10. Second limited? No, it's 10. The funny. Yeah, let's explore defensive shields after I do one run with this. We're looking for things that give us healing that don't increase our max HP. So Asclepius is definitely a shout. You guys got other ideas in that vein? Yeah, this is just from not having a bonus element active. Rough Rider. It would increase my HP. Not by much, but it would. Aw, I moved Glow Up away from me. Level 1 Rough Rider. The HP change doesn't change with level. It's a flat 25%. If Rough Rider's HP change was by level, like it is in BL2, it would actually be good in this game. Oh, I thought I was out of range. You know what, let's run this whole thing back. Let's run it back. Rico deflects, damage resist. Rico rolls reflect parts, so Rico reflects, you don't take damage on. Let's see. Let's look at shields. How you doing, Huntress? Beskar, Ward. Ooh, yeah, Ward's a good shout. Let's look at shields. You guys could follow along here. All in would be more cooldown. I don't know that we need that. Asclepius is definitely one. Beskar. Maybe Frozen Heart, but eh. Loop of Angel wouldn't be bad. Mana Well? Take a look at Mana Well. Always Old God. Red Suit's always good. Rico. Ward. O.M. Alright, let's look at our options here. Yeah, Valdi, how you doing? Did a TPS thing last night, found something neat, and I woke up with food poisoning, so you know, ups and downs. Oof, that's definitely a mixed bag. Backham? Yeah, I mean, Rico exists, but yeah. Okay, well, shields depleted 50% resistance to elemental status effects is one of the reasons Asclepius is so good. When shield takes damage, regen 9% max health over 3 seconds. Asclepius does seem like the natural fit here. Gets 2 augments. Could run resistance to like fire. Good, how are you? I'm doing okay. I'm on for occasional damage boost. Yeah, it's on the list. Oh, we could run Turtle. Turtle on the Asclepius to lower our health even further, which would increase the value of our healing. Double Turtle Asclepius? Yeah, Manuel would be too much focus on having our shields active. Rico definitely is an option. Yeah, I'm thinking it's between. Let's exit out of Manuel. Exit out of Beskar. Alright, it's between these four. We've got Asclepius, got Rico, we got Ward, and we've got Omnom. Omnom would increase our damage overall the most, because that circle is crazy for action skill stuff specifically, but it also benefits other things. But that'd be dependent on where we get hit. Ward would just be good healing. It's 4% max health, but we wouldn't get much else out of that. Rico could be the best defensively because projectiles would be even less threatening. But Asclepius gives us that healing and that dot resistance. Omnom Circle doesn't work everywhere. Right, if we tried to bring Omnom into GTD, it would just kind of stop being valuable. Asclepius with health charge. It's only when the shield takes damage. You can get an Asclepius from the Diamond Armory, so I can justify going down to like level 30 on that. What's the lowest level anyone here has beaten the campaign? Just your personal experience or lowest you've heard of someone beating the campaign. 26, 30-ish. Because the thought process is you can get an Asclepius without combat as soon as the campaign's completed by just going to Mayhem 10, getting one from the Diamond Armory. So, legitimate item. Usually go 35 for stuff like that. Yeah, I'm worried because I'm planning on going Turtle. I don't want it to be too beefy. As a bitch, but first playthrough I killed Tyrene at 26. And that's just casual playthrough, no particular routing. Or did you really sweat that hard? I usually go 30 for that. What are the any percent level finishes? Do not know offhand. Okay, I'm thinking we make a couple of these. I'll make Asclepius, and then we'll try Rico after. I was just not doing many side missions. It's like, it's still going to be somewhere in the mid-20s at the lowest, I think, because quest reward XP starts leveling you up if you're too far below. Like, the Pandora section alone just gives you a bunch of levels because it's a bunch of quests. Even though you don't kill anything in the Vaughn section, for example. You don't kill much in the Tannis or Vaughn missions at all. Alright. So, we'll go... double turtle, Asclepius, level 30. It doesn't even need to be Mayhem 10. Because, like, shields. So, Mayhem 8 would be justifiable if that was a thing. So, I think it's more justifiable to say that someone could get an Asclepius, like, easily enough. Yeah, alright. Anoint on this. What do we go with anoint-wise on that? Because that frees up that slot completely. Like, we could do something like Terror Health Regen. Why low-level shield was the idea? Because we want to be funny health tanking. It's not better, it's funnier. I think shield charge can get you to loop of throwing out a charge, shield getting broken, picking up the charge, and since you'd have more shield, it takes damage, you get more regen from Asclepius. Terror Reflect. Like, I had this here to get the terror damage and fire rate here, so I could keep ASA 150 here. But I do have swap speed, so I could get terror through other means. Like, I could just run a terror gen face puncher. Which surely I have, right? Yeah. Pretty much audio only, don't mind me. Ah, no, you're good, you're good. Let's check the values on this. Terror. So, Terror Reflects 45% chance at 3 stacks. That's crazy. The health regen passive's 8% at 3 stacks. Like, what's our collective percentage healing? Max HP is currently 10k. It'll be less once we have the turtle parts on the shield. So these two basically account for collectively 20% health regen. Then with Clarity at max, that's 10% missing. Samsara. And then Glow Up is like 30%. Yeah, more health regen might not be necessary. I'm gonna go with the current thought process for right now. But we'll see where this goes. See what happens. Sorry for the lack of gameplay. We are deep in thought. We're having a big thonk, as the kids say. The kids do say that, right? Hey, John, how you doing? We're big thonking. We're being utterly absurd. Okay, so 9k health. And in terms of just our flat regen, 29, 11, and then 990, 990. So we're getting like 45% of our HP back just by standing near Glow Up before our other stuff kicks in. We had to stand in a puddle and be attacked by several rats. Maybe we do go Ice Spiker for Samsara. Ice Spiker for Samsara. Ice Spiker prefix is an Amara action skill, as far as the game is concerned. Specifically an Amara action skill. What's the thought process going on, or is what the build you're using? So we're using health regen effects with Amara's Glow Up Phase Flare variant, which does a fixed amount of healing, according to the card. And this is important, because fixed amounts of healing do more the lower your total HP pool is. So we're using Turtle Shield parts and a loaded dice artifact to lower our max health total, so that flat health regen effects are a larger percentage of that pool. So we have the flat 990 from the passive here, the flat 990 from the passive here, and then that action skill, giving us a lot of just healing. We tank that way. So you never die. I need to have a lot of enemies hitting me at once, or a couple status effects on me to be able to die. And then while we're doing this, we have a well-functioning grenade build going on. Regen's insane. Yeah, if we take too many hits at once, we have trouble keeping up. But we can refine this. There's still more healing to be obtained. We can have more. Not more flat healing, but more percentage-based healing. Like, we could run a purple class mod. I think it's Brawler. For 6 out of 3 Samsara. That's our biggest percentage-based heal. Okay, too many enemies. This is where Rico might be good, because we would have those reflects fielding some of the yeah, footing some of the bill for tankiness. Must out-heal the entire takedown's DPS. That's the goal. Good luck out doing bridge. If Beskar with Reflect part can outdo bridge, then like Rico should be the play for bridge here. Let me actually make that Rico real quick. Go double reflect on that, probably. Oh, it finally went down. Guess I gotta tab back in. I think that's because Samsara wore off. And I only had half power clarity. Sustainment Rico. Oh yeah, we'd get lifesteal off with a Rico Reflect. That's right. But I don't have that much red tree right now. Hey Lone, how you doing? What the godforsaken are you building? We're doing glass tank stuff. Imagine playing with your monitor on. Why does sustainment interact with Rico? Sustainment is on gun or grenade damage. Rico reflects bullets, which is gun damage. Doesn't go off your gun damage stat. Okay, there's the dot. That's the thing Asclepius was kind of preventing from dots from being too much of a problem. We do need some sort of outside help when we get dotted. You go Terra Cryo over Terra damage and fire rate. Let's try Terra Cryo and go back to Slug. Reflect Beskar sustainment does indeed work, and it's like cheating. Yeah, makes sense. So like, we need to invest 11 more to get to sustainment. I guess I could pull the green tree stuff? Losing clarity would be feels bad, man, but... That's 9 points I could just have. I guess I'd have to lose Clear the Mind as well. But I could keep Free the Soul. That's the big pog. Kibs be a viable health regen. So the Kibs circle is good healing, but the circle only spawns if the Kibsworth itself got the kill. And that's kind of hard to ensure in a build like this. Yeah, that's where Spark Flow comes in. Shield's not even breaking very often. How do I deal with dots like that? I'm just 100% safe until I get dotted, and then I'm 100% dead. Even if the Gibbs gets the kill, half the time circle spawns sideways and doesn't do jack shit. Yeah, that's true. Where was my Unweave the Rainbow there? It just didn't happen. Where's my action skill? Game's falling apart at the seams. Healing action skill, by the way. Still kills the enemies. It's really funny. Yeah, it's still phase flare. Just doesn't have the area tick damage. But it's got a better cooldown. Like, shooting stars cooldown is 44 seconds. Glow ups is 28. How's your run going? It's scientific. We'll have to see how Rico Bridge does. Are all the avenues of non-standard gameplay super buggy or as infuriating asterisk? They're still fun though. Like, look at this shit. Falls in like summon if you're airborne? Yeah. That is a thing. It'll either fail to summon or spawn on the ground most of the time in that case. 6th throw, you're absolutely right. Yeah, Alone's on the same page. Iron Cup has the same issue. Watching you do this is just fun. It's so tanky. There's a cooldown to Life Fantastic's warping. There is not. There is not. That's why if you have too many instances of gun damage going on, it'll just ping pong in the space between enemies without hitting any of them. Dot got me. Tankiness. It's kind of crazy. That's how much it took. That's how much it took to kill me. We can push it further. Took the full wrath of Doggo Bridge. At least with combat matters less, as most of the builds utilizing only for some uptime bonus stat, even though it's not the build used it for damage, teleport towards you and move away. Yeah, I suppose it is less problematic for Cub. Generally. Not always, but generally. Sparkplug just for heals of other use. Sparkplug's not healing me at all. It's for damage. Sparkplug is killing things. It is damage that is not cryo element. Sparkplug doesn't heal you via sustainment. I don't have sustainment. No, got me while glow up was not available. Oh no, and the input got eaten. Alright, I need glow up to come back. No, that's a dot. No. Alright, I gotta manage my cooldown better. This is a perfect opportunity. Just chill out here. Easy. This is fun. The question is, so like, stone is giving us a lot of damage, a lot of tankiness, a lot of cryo efficiency. It's giving us a bunch of cool stuff. But what if we went for more healing? Second stone build. Stone's a good class mod. Just people who play non-gun builds aren't creative enough to take advantage a lot of the time. Until they're told about it. People who play gun builds dismiss. Non-gun builds are like, hey, this makes me tanky, it boosts all my rush stack related stuff. It's one of the very few ways of getting rush stacks passively. Because rush stacks normally require active means. Stone for life, fantastic. Mr. Stone Swan uses stone for a few things as well. It's good for deathless setups because it makes you quite bulky while still leaning into the action skill damage stuff. Okay, so Rico worked out nicely. Hey Raid, how you doing? Which stone had Phaserker rush stacks? Yeah, AmaraBuilds.com, super vouch. AmaraBuilds.com is awesome. Check it out. Hey Don, how are you? What were the augments Asclepius can get? Yeah, I was running Turtle. Does the ward get anything? It just gets destroyed. You can just roll without all of them because weird game. I could run a Turtle Rico. One reflect part, one turtle part on a Rico. That's interesting. Let me try that. Then for anointment, Terror Cryo is nice, but do I need it? Do I like really need it? Want to try the health regen sauce? I really do. Which slots does Terra health regen go in? Because I know melee Terra gen is any slot. Cryo's gun only. Damage and fire rate is gun grenade. I think all? Okay. So doing ball nade? Yeah, doing a different flavor. And dot via ASC 50 and summit proc the stone rush gain. That I don't know. I assume it's burn both ends rules, and just in general. Pins in the time trials discussion channel. Ah, yes, for the terror things. Thank you. Health regen is grenade. Well, that presents a problem. It's also on weapon. It's not on shield? It's not on the list there. I get it on weapon, though. That's fine. Checked. It is all three? Ah, okay. Thank you, Pris. Of course, there's no room in my inventory. Okay, so now I need to use that to apply terror. But now I have less HP and more health regen. Pings from you is scary is probably the message I'm most proud of having gotten. In 2020, one of the most terrifying things that could possibly happen is we had a server where most of the early BL3 theory crafting went through. The channel called Pasta Recipes. I know Lazy's talked about this on stream. Seeing an active ping in pasta recipes is one of the most nightmarish things you can experience in this life. Usually it meant that some crazy shit had been discovered. You've heard of additive damage bonuses and multiplicative damage bonuses, but have you heard of subtractive damage bonuses? Hey, Atris, how you doing? Expected pre-ad. Hell is a subtractive damage bonus. We were joking around that, regretting it a week later. I don't even remember what it was. Chris, do you remember? Quantum entangled damage bonuses. Oh, it was Monkey Do. I hate Monkey Do. Fucking skill. Nothing about Monkey Do is acceptable. Like, literally nothing. The value it states for flak is wrong. It doesn't scale with point investment for the flak side. It's the only skill in the tree that interacts with flak's damage formula, and it lowers your damage most of the time. It is the wrong kind of amp. The value it listed for pets crit damage is incorrect. It's so cursed. It's one of those cases where, no, you don't get points for effort. Because everything is wrong. Monkey, you really shouldn't. Schrodinger's damage formula. Is the what the fuck grenades, Whiskey Tango Foxtrot, whatever, considered shield damage or grenade damage? Should be shield damage. Be funny if it was grenade damage, but should be shield. Quadrilateral damage bonuses. Oh, I tried to pop that too soon. That's on me. Newton's first law of damage. It's shield. Thank you for testing. Holy health regen, Batman. I never learn. I do that every time. I'm like, hey, I gotta stop doing that. I still do it. I was just outplayed there. No damage in this. Let's run it back. I'm gonna go from the beginning here. Is there a Wordle for Borderlands items? Give us this day our daily loot, and forgive us our calcs, as we've also forgiven our developers. And lead us not into madness, but deliver us from V3. So let it be. Damage source is called projectile. It receives grenade damage buffs used by the Muse and Cyber Spikes. I forgot about Cyber Spike. Is Cyber Spike like completely dummied out the way they did the first gen Terra Anoints, or can you still have it the way you can still have shock feedback? Bortle? I like it, Atris. Shrug. Science time. Check? Okay. Yeah, you check then. So we'll get Randy on the horn. Borderlands. I didn't mean to take out the pestilence there. Oh yeah, ASA Nova's grenades as well. Is that one of the ones that goes off of your shield level rather than weapon level as it indicates? Or was it the one that just doesn't scale properly with Mayhem? Or was it both? Receives grenade buffs, doesn't count as grenade damage. Yeah, that's fine. Doesn't need to count as grenade damage unless you're Mose. And even then, doesn't really matter. Ah. Shield. If I jump to stay out of the puddle, that doesn't kill me. It's puddles and dots that can kill me. Cyber Spike hotfixed out unless they both removed it in hotfix and an in-file fix. I've not seen. So, I'm off for a bit. Enjoy the glass spaghetti. Thanks, Chris. So, which category of anoint does that put it with? Hotfixed out as in shock feedback, because you can still acquire that, or is it gone? Like, there's the first gen Terror anoints are gone, as in they get sanity checked out. Fireball offline. So Wonderlands. take it with a grain of salt. I haven't done this in a hot while. Yeah, I'll check after this run. See how it spawns in. Sparkplug Ice Spiker. Ice Spiker is a prefix. So is Sparkplug. You can't have both. Sparkplug loaded dice. Shut up, brain tired. I apologize to your brain. I saw Ice Spiker. I was using those earlier. This is so tanky. It's really fun. I don't know how much the Terra health regen is helping, but I love the novelty of having this much health regen, so we're sticking with it. I think the next thing to test is alternative class mods. Is the bullet shooting legendary grenade called again? Hunter Seeker. EMP is you throwing a bullet. That's another bullet grenade, but... Well, it's you throwing a grenade that also is a bullet. Or part of its damage. Kind of like Blade Fury, sort of. Nice visual that you can see how close your phase flare is to popping with how unstable it becomes. Over that curse discovery, still remember telling Prismatic about it, followed by sending a clip of activating short fuse off and one-shotting Tron. Yeah, EMP grenade and disruptor dot for bullets for some reason. There's a bunch of stuff in this game that are bullets that shouldn't be. Like there's those two, there's ASE 50 annoyance. Hunter Seeker bullets being bullets at least makes sense. I try to punch ball, it does melee damage on the other side. Yeah, the hitboxes are very questionable at times, Raid. I think we're pretty tanky, chat. Did you guys know that you need lifesteal to survive in this game? You absolutely need it. There are no alternatives. It's my grenade. Of course I knew that. That's why flat bad. Oh, okay. Dot got me, but that enemy just reflected itself and crit on the Rico. Amazing. You guys also know that there's no shields in the game not named Revolter? You can't use anything else? Randy himself comes to your house, gives you a stern talking to, and a cease and desist if you use anything other than Revolter? Actually gives you an atomic wedgie. Stop. No other guns in the game besides Hellwalker, Radical, Coil, and Crit. You forgot the light show. Silly. Seriously, in Borderlands universe, could see a shield that files lawsuits against the VH for usage. Oh yeah, absolutely, Tom. I could totally see that. I wanted to spawn ads, but I didn't think put me under that much pressure. I have Death Spheres, this is fine. Yeah, we're fine. Okay, now we're actually fine. Damn it. Need my action skill. Oh, that's a dot. Okay, here's my action skill. That was too dirty. I won't do that again. Either video or article headline about a handsome Jack being back in BL4 and me want to barf. Ugh. You know what would happen if they did do it? Like, let's just entertain the notion for a second. We'd immediately go, and you know at least one person is gonna say it. He was better at BL2! No matter what happens. Don't bring things back. Just don't do it. can only fill half my slots with Jack theme stuff. Come on, give me a full 8 for 8. Wait, you got the jackhammer, the nimble jack. What else he got? There's fortunately not that many in this game. Wildfire's not doing a ton right now. One more healing. Company man? Nah. Let's look at Amara class mods. To double down? Nice. I understood that joke. I'm literally opening a Chrome tab for every single Amara com and then closing them all as I rule things out. It's okay, I only have like 90 tabs open in Chrome. It's fine. Okay. This would be good if we wanted more burn both ends, but no. Artisan, no. Avenger, it's a Vigor com. But no, we'd be forced to take at least 1 point with nature. Because there's only 4 points available elsewhere. So that increases our health and we don't want that. Just make Borderlands 2 2. Some people will absolutely only accept that, Tom. Okay, Brawler is a potential winner here. We've got extra points in Samsara, and we could get personal space, which is gonna help the reflects. Kind of count the conference call. I don't think that counts personally. That's just me. Breaker is good damage reduction, but not as good as Stone. And does less in other departments. Death's Blessings is an L class mod. Dragon doesn't do anything of value here. Elementalist, not here. Golden Rule. Blade Bear would be good for our damage output. Those would be good for survivability. We don't need the cooldown though. Can say uptime would be too low. Mantis doesn't match this. Mastercom has Catharsis, Conflux, Personal Space. That's fun. 6 out of 3 Catharsis grenade stuff would be a good time. But not for this build. Muse, not for this build. Nimbus. Doesn't work with Cryo, right? Also, I'm not invested properly to take advantage of that. Phase Zerker, yeah, we know 5 Clarity Phase Zerker would go hard, but the Pilgrim, wow, Pilgrim just doesn't have use cases. That's sad. Rabbit, no point doing that. Driver only gets 2 Clarity. Yeah, only 2. How inconvenient trying to max character through, say, Wizard put me level 71. Oh, you could change that real quick. Instead of adding XP, you can just change the level with some of the editors available. I recommend Zach's save editor. It has loot limit integration, and it's just a much more user-friendly UI. Also, it actually functions. Unlike the Gib to Copycat one, where it just sort of forgets what you told it to do, and sometimes it does completely different things. Available for console? No. Console save editing is against console TOS, so even with it being theoretically possible, most people do not facilitate it, and I do not endorse it. Can't think of a use case for Stormbringer. Not one for Tiger either. Warrior, no. Okay. And the fucking 11 had purple comps with them. They've been there a while. They've been there a while. They do the thing in D3 where you farm just like so many keystones, you're doing greater rifts, all of a sudden you run out of keystones, you're not quite sure how that happened. Yeah, that happens often, Jester. I force myself to do like at least a couple regular rifts per session just so that happens less often. But yeah, that happened to me the other day. Okay, so our choices here. We actually just narrowed it down to just Brawler. Brawler or Stone for this. Let's try a Brawler. What am I running on my Stone right now? Splash, Grenade, Health Regen. I could give up Splash. Issue was only with the BL2 purple comms of legendary variant not being shown. And I understand reasoning, just got annoyed mainly from a mod creator perspective. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay, now we're using a non-unique comm. We have one fewer passive. We don't have the Stone's legendary effect or anything. But now we have 6 out of 3 Samsara. For even more healing. Even more. Try this. On a whim, I checked something because Twitch is like revamping the opt-in extra ad revenue thing. I'm not gonna run 6 minutes of ads an hour. That's an option it's recommending to me. 6 minutes of ads an hour. What is this cable? What is this network TV? Ah. Ads, what are those? Ah, says the turbo user. Smart, to be honest. Look at the health bar with that. That's without glow up. Hang on. Let me get these stacks. Let me get that. Alright, hit me. Now with glow up here. silly. You choose the ads? No. Run all reverse mortgage ads. The reason why the ad pushing on Twitch is so aggressive is because that's one of the only ways they can recoup money on large creators, as in way larger than me. Because they lose money on Prime subs. One of the major reasons. They start losing money on channels when they get to around, like, K6's size. So that's where they get it back on ads. But, like, they push the ad model on everybody. On glow up, you can do it. You can do it. How do they lose money? Once a channel exists, there are significant ongoing costs for them. Service-based bandwidth at that point. Prime subs. Prime sub incurs losses for them the same way Game Pass incurs losses. Same general principle. Losses in missed revenue or losses in actually cost of money, as in missed revenue. So comparative loss rather than net loss. That still kills effectively. That just, yeah, too much dot going on there. Hey, when missed revenue is reported as a loss, that is how the industry frames the conversation. Yeah. Trying to squeeze blood from a stone isn't lost, it's just greedy. You're absolutely correct. I think I'm hitting holes in Healthgate, honestly. Because, like, I definitely didn't have Healthgate back, despite it went over the line. Maybe I'd have to go frame by frame to verify that, but that one was suspicious. I just clipped that pound that I was trying to... Damn it. Get over here. Oh. Like, see, I should have had Healthgate there. Now we have our full terror. swear there's holes. You know what the solution to this is? More health regen. We need more health regen. We require more. Use a gun. If that doesn't work, more health regen. Are there any shields that innately lower your HP outside of a turtle part? For a moment I felt like there was one, but maybe I'm just thinking of like Madcap lowering fight for your life duration. Gas mask does that too, right? Or does gas mask increase? Front loader's a reservation effect. We don't want to reserve HP, we want to lower our max. So like, you see how loaded dice here is minus 75% max health? That's the kind of thing we want. Turtle part here is minus 10% max health. A reservation effect doesn't change our max, so we don't want that. Want to end static charge? That kind of thing. Yeah. Yeah, J-Bridge. Now, let's see. Gas mask is plus fight for your lifetime. Madcap is minus fight for your lifetime. Double downer is more fight for your lifetime as well. Let me think about it. I'm gonna pee. I'll be right back. Okay. Thought I had was just triple turtle. So any shield that can roll 3 augments, which that's what, purples, Madcap, Gas Mask, Mana Well. Looking through the shields list again. Not too many options there. Talking. What are the sources of health regen I don't have currently? That's something I should think about. There's that old deprecated ASE health regen, but I'm pretty sure that's like 4%. Multivitamin is 6 parts. Yeah, multivitamin also increases health. We don't want to do that. Because the bigger our health total is, the less value glow up and our passives on these slots do. We want to lower it. It's worth noting my Guardian rank is also hurting me here, because I have 10% from that. So I turn that off, I do go down to 9,002 rather than that. So like that's a whole extra 900. That's kind of significant. Let's look. Let's look through the anoint pool. Yeah, action skill end 1.25% max health per second. That's bad. Zane has one for 3% max health per second while clone is active. Why? Why? That's so weird. Maybe a double turtle Rico would be good. You know, let's see what the total is with a triple turtle fucking anything. Try triple turtle revolter. Yeah, we're good. Thank you. It happens. Like, I wasn't even over there. My keyboard is fucked. Sometimes it... So, like, I have mute. See? Like, that's me intentionally hitting my mute button. That's minus. Like, over on the right side of my keyboard. But sometimes when I alt-tab, it just hits it anyway. Oh, no, the puddle got me. Alright, we got that. We got that. This is kind of a fun meme, because, like, if you're the role-playing type, you could imagine this Amara just wants to heal people. Like, let me heal you. Take my healing. Heal. No, why are you dying? No, heal. Heal. Okay, you can heal. Another source of health regen we could have that we don't right now is we could have a hot spring grenade, but then we don't have a damage dealing grenade. Grenades are kind of our main way of actually killing things right now. So Ice Spiker can. Without stone that doesn't kill on the first send. There's a dot. Wait, I'm living. I was surviving for a second there. I only died when my Terra health regen was off. Hang on. Did we actually get enough to outpace dots? Let me get up. No, not quite. I would need Samsara and Terra health regen active and be standing next to Glow Up. Which is kind of the point of the build, but it's very hard to be consistent with. Mr. Adblock, how you doing? Good to see you. Yeah, Stone Glass mod definitely the play. Alright, we'll go back to that. Wait, I'm holding the Pestilence. I'm gonna die when I spawn in. Shit. Don't die with a broken Pestilence in your hand if you don't have a red suit. How we doing? I'm doing well. Enjoying some build science. We're doing a lot of Amara, Phase Flare, and Grenade stuff. Do you know any YouTube video that explains how to gear and play the game after finish the main quest? That's the kind of thing that, like, I don't think a YouTube video is gonna really accurately, tell you. So, feel free to make a clip of this. I'm gonna point out which activities are good to pursue in, like, which order. So you have the DLCs, you have Handsome Jackpot, you have Xylorgus, you have Gehenna, and you have Krieg's Mind. Those are the first 4 DLCs of Borderlands 3. Those are tuned difficulty-wise so that you can do those during the story or after the story, and you don't really need to stress too much about build or anything, and it unlocks a bunch of item farms and gives you good XP for leveling and all that. In the Jackpot DLC, as you progress through, and the Compactor, the Scrap Trap Prime boss, is one of the best sources of XP. You just kill the ads without killing the boss. Once you run out of ads, you run out of the arena, run back in. That's optimal leveling. In terms of post-game activities that are not story-related, you have these 6 areas down here are Proving Grounds. Each of them are unlocked in maps in the base game. You'll see a side quest. It'll be like, hey, travel to this planet, and it'll unlock this. It's a short, several minute long gauntlet of enemies with a boss at the end that's balanced difficulty-wise to be a good intro to endgame. Then you have the 3 Circles of Slaughter. You have one on Promethea called Cistern of Slaughter, which is creature-based. You have one in Space. Tim Curry here. which is Malwan enemies, and then you have one on Pandora called the Slaughter Shaft, and those are like the next rung above Proving Grounds. Then you have the takedowns. I'm on the Malwan takedown right now, Midnight's Cairn. And then significantly harder is the Guardian takedown on Minos Prime. You also have the DLC content from DLC 5 and 6. DLC 5 introduces a roguelite minigame mode, which is very different from normal gameplay, called Arms Race. That is in the Stormblind Complex. And then DLC 6 introduces a standalone raid boss, Hemovorus, which is found in Darkthirst Dominion. And there's also another storyline from DLC 6 that you unlock as you complete the story, and you get those quests on Sanctuary in a room near the bridge. There's also the formerly seasonal, but now you can turn them on when you want events. Cartels, Bloody Harvest, Broken Hearts. Cartels and Bloody Harvest provide a quest in a new area, and they modify the way enemies in-game behave, each in their own ways. Those are very enjoyable. Broken Hearts just kind of is more of a gimmick one, but still a thing you can do. Yeah, that's Borderlands 3 in a very basic level. That is the kind of thing that you could make a YouTube video with that level of depth, but it's definitely an easier thing to... It's easier to recommend how to progress through this game when we know like what kind of stuff you want to do. Are you a build crafter? Are you more about story content? Do you want to go scavenger hunt one of every item in the game? Like what's your focus? Can give you a good starting point that way. Helped a lot? Yeah, my pleasure. I think I'll go with a different Rico, actually. Or do we try Asclepius again? We'll try Asclepius. Back to the Asclepius and the Splug. Yeah, I like that. Let's see how this goes. Hey, Primordial, how you doing? Trying to farm some legendaries from bosses in Mayhem 1. Not sure if this is the right way. I would focus more on just getting your character level up and consuming the game's content, playing all the different storylines that you might have available. Because if you spend your time while you're still leveling on farming legendaries, it's just gonna be time wasted later on when you have to reacquire on-level gear anyway. You can get by well enough with stuff you pick up as you play and quest rewards and such, that you don't really need to stress too much about that. I would personally say don't worry about item farming until you're desperately in need of an upgrade, like unable to kill things anymore, or once you're level 72, which is the level cap in this game. I agree with your choice of being on Mayhem 1. That's gonna force level scaling to always be in your favor. So you'll never get any under-leveled gear for your current level. Ouch. Level 50 legendary is useless later on. At least in terms of guns and artifacts for the most part, yeah. Shields can last you a long time, because a lot of them are for things other than survivability. Some grenades are pure utility, but for the most part, yeah, you don't want to stress too much about farming items until you're at a point where they won't get outpaced. Like, if you spend an hour farming for items at level 50, then in that process, you're likely to level up beyond level 50, at which point anything you got in that time is already fallen behind. Contrast that with if you do a DLC storyline, you're gonna get a level, like, every mission, every other mission or so, which is more like every 10 minutes. And you're gonna get quest rewards and legendary drops along the way. You also get to unlock more stuff to do. I think choosing the right Mayhem level is important too. I tried Mayhem 11 recently, didn't enjoy when I played Mayhem 4. I found the game's a lot more fun. Absolutely, playing on the level where you are most comfortable is always going to be the move. There's this weird elitist subculture in the Lands community, unfortunately, that you can't play on anything except the highest difficulty level. And they will try to shame others into doing so, while also not enjoying it themselves, and it's really weird. And it defeats the purpose of having selectable difficulties. Like, the entire point is so people can play on a level appropriate to where they're most comfortable, right? So, always do that. Don't let people make you feel like you're invalid for wanting to play on a lower level. All guns and items in general and stuff are available in the game in Mayhem 6. Most of them are available in Mayhem 4. Everything comes anointed Mayhem 8. There's actually no benefit other than big number beyond Mayhem 8. I personally play on Mayhem 10 and 11 because that's where I'm most comfortable, because I like pushing my build crafting to the limit. That's the only reason. Single player game where people care how you play your game, weirdos. It is a bit of a weirdo take, isn't it? Like, imagine playing the game directly from other people, differently from other people. Yeah, like, not allowed. How dare you have fun at your own pace? Unacceptable. Gamer's gatekeeping playstyle. Explain this build. No idea what I'm seeing other than triple Siggy doing immense damage. Yeah, Amber, sure. So we're doing glass tanking is generally the term for this, where we're using a lot of health regen and a low health capacity so that our regen is a large percentage of our total health. So, like, this passive here regenerates 990 health a second. That's a fixed value. We have the same passive on our class mod. And then Amara's glow up action skill, the phase flare variant, is also fixed healing. It's 2,911 per second. So if we combine all of those things, let me calculate so we have the exact value, because I would just like to know that offhand. And I've been live for long enough that I can't do basic math. Okay, we have 4,891 flat healing as long as we're standing near our phase flare. So you might notice that our max health right now is 9,105. And that's because I've lowered it with 2 turtle parts on my shield. Is minus 20% from what it would have been, and minus 75 from having a loaded dice on. Health gate kicks in at 50%. So we are regenerating a large portion of our health just passively. So if enemies don't damage us for about a second, we're back at health gate. Now that's before including other health regen we have, which we have Clarity, which passively is up to 5% of our missing health per second. The more damage we take, the stronger it is, and for 5 seconds after using our action skill, it's double that. We also have Samsara, which is 5% missing health per stack, up to 5. So it's a lot of healing, allowing us to tank in a sort of fun way until barrels blow up and kill us, but nothing would have stopped that. And other than that, we are using Phase Flare for damage, we're using Spark Plug for damage, and we're using triple stickies. Blow Up doesn't do persistent damage, but it does damage when it's moving and when it first arrives at a target. When it peepo arrives, it does damage. Why'd peepo happy? I was running a Rico before, and I do think the Rico's better here, but the Asclepius is interesting because it does give us some dot resistance, which allows me to survive certain situations. But, like, Rico's better. Here, I'll put on a Rico and show you. Oh yeah, I was gonna make an appropriate Rico. Hang on. Items. Rico. Turtle Reflect. Because the one reflect part will lower max health. And the reflect will enable ricochets that don't damage us. The idea behind this is I wanted to build around Glow Up because I'd never used it before for more than like a couple seconds, and it's pretty enjoyable. Also shows how little you need in terms of investment to get triple stickies to absolutely just murder enemies. Like, they were still killing even without offensive passives in this slot. Just having decent damage formula from skill tree, and then 2 appropriate anoints goes a long way. Rico Reflects make this very safe until we get dotted. 0 lifesteal on this build. I'm gonna decide my next proving ground. Any idea which one sounds fun to push? Push Fervor. There's a disparity in top Fervor times among characters right now. Look at the board, see what it is. Yeah, Moe's is all the way down at 225. Amara's barely sub 3. Yeah, Fervor can definitely be improved on everyone that isn't Moe's. Although, you only play Moe's. I just remembered. Play Wonderlands at all? Yeah. I like Wonderlands. We were talking about that earlier in the stream. I play it more infrequently than I do BL3. But yes. Fervor and Rage would be so hard, room 1 so RNG dependent. Yeah, but at least it's the first room. I prefer that to content where the RNG wall is later on. Like, with Hemo, the RNG is the entire fight. With Maliwan Takedown, the RNG is the middle of the run. Oh, I accidentally popped Face Flare midair. I guess I'm still in blow-up range like this. RNG, random number generation. Basically, inconsistencies caused by the game choosing to do things differently out of your control. So, an example of RNG. These heavies right here, the elements they are is random. Now, they are weighted to be immune to elements that you are currently using, but it's still random, so it's possible to get a heavy of an element that really causes you problems. What configuration of spawns you get in most content pulls from 1 to 3 to 4 sets of what enemies it'll give you. So it's not like every single spawn can be random, but which set you get is random. Push Fervor looks like it has a lot of room for Moe's as well. Cool. Cool. Honestly hilarious. Barrels need to be removed from landscapes. Changed my mind. I agree. Barrels are haha funny in story areas and co-op playthroughs. Beyond that, get them the fuck out of my video game. Grotesques. Grotesques are legitimately more threatening than, like, 90% of the enemies in Diablo. And they're only threatening after you kill them. Like, one of the reasons I don't run Maliwan Takedown in a speedrun setting anymore, Primordial, is because the spawns right after Valkyries, we call them boxes. That's this room right here. The spawns there are so random that it can take you anywhere from 30 seconds in that room to a minute you can lose 30 seconds on what is, in terms of for competitive speedrun times on characters, if we average them all versus each other, what is usually about a 4-minute run. You can lose a whole 30 seconds completely out of your control to what enemy type spawn there. It's RNG. But then, after that, once you get here to the bridge, there is also a chance of a bug occurring that we call double bridge, where sometimes you'll just get an extra set of spawns. We have not identified a consistent cause for this, just sometimes you get extra spawns. It doesn't seem to be a different spawn pattern, it's just, it'll generate the same ones again. So that's another aspect of RNG. That's immediately after boxes, by the way. The next mandatory combat is that. But then at the end of the bridge, those heavies that I mentioned can be different elements. And it's not many builds that get screwed over by that, but some builds, if you get too many of an element that is unfavorable to you, you lose time. So 3 consecutive sections of frustrating RNG. That's why I don't run this content. Before that is fine, except for Valkyrie sometimes bugging out. But and then Wotan is like completely scripted. The only RNG is which tower it jumps to, and that almost never matters. Corrosive Stone static charge. Shame the passives suck. I feel like devs had a good laugh about the barrels for like 5 minutes. Players are stuck with them forever. They definitely had a laugh about it with Wonderlands. They cracked a lot of jokes about Wonderlands barrels. But the problem's getting worse, not better. Now, sure, we don't have access to as many ways of increasing radius of things in Wonderlands. Like, there's no splash radius passive on armor, for example. Whereas class mod, we have splash radius as a choice, as seen here. Barrels in Borderlands 3 and Wonderlands get player damage formula and splash radius boosts and dot damage and all that nonsense. They also get environmental scaling. So basically barrels will always do enough damage to end the player's life. As soon as you start building, they get stronger as your build does. And the same thing happens with water. So the higher level you play this game, the more dangerous water and barrels become. And the barrels start getting splash radius the size of entire rooms. It's very unfun. It's not a problem in a playthrough because the environmental scaling isn't in place yet. You're unlikely to have splash radius bonuses, and the player's damage formula as a whole is less stacked. But when you get to the point where you're running through an activity and a room has 6 barrels that you detonate simply by walking by on some builds, it's frustrating. It's actively unfun. One of the many reasons I like GTD is there is only one section with water, and there are 0 barrels. I suppose there's 2 sections with water, but it's RNG whether you have to deal with the second one at all or not. Let's try this against Hemo. Fervors a lot of mobs? Yeah, and tanky mobs as well. Much tankier than other Proving Grounds because anointed enemies are just beefier. And there's more of them. Oh yeah, I never got around to speedrunning anything today. That's fine. Find time another day. Trying not to use grenades here. For that reason. Well, do you think I should rock for fervor? I mean, the hag has an armor bar. Very few other things do, though. There are some shield bars. So maybe shock, because you have fire covered because you're most. Maybe shock, possibly rad stuff on the gear. For lucky 7 element, try shock. See how that works out. If you're doing lucky 7, which, as always, I assume you are. You know, with this setup, I could go Flesh Melter. How much of the work the stickies are doing. Email, please. Vermi, stop body blocking. Holy shit. None of those landed on Hemo because Vermi was just in the way. Self-damage. Stay on me. It's awkward. I don't have any fire damage. I do have Clear the Mind though, so as long as I kill something. Keep jumping. Aw. This is funny. Let me run this back. Yeah, this is an example where the incoming damage is of a type that glass tanking doesn't work fantastic against, that being puddles. Oh, shit. Don't spawn with Pestilence in your hand. Bad for your health. What am I getting for food, chat? Oh, I have leftovers. I have leftover mac and cheese. Ooh. Ooh. Yeah, I'm gonna have that. Life is also bad for your health? I mean, technically, yeah. Intrusive Thoughts, Borderlands 3 Edition. What if I just pulled out my Pestilence and tried to put it away before it killed me? It's not a good idea, so I'm not gonna do it. Nice remnant. Okay, Hemo. Good ideas are subjective. I mean, sometimes. Sometimes there are things that are definitely not good ideas. Land. There we go. First run was no Ellie. Felt weak. Shock time now. It might end up being fire and you just brute force the armor. But I would say it's most likely to be shock. It's very hard to aim longbows at Varkids because you have to aim high. But not so high. It doesn't hit. It's extremely frustrating. That's not the right target. Fine, back to this. Oh, there we go. Skill issue. I want to be there. I don't want to throw because I'm definitely in range. Maybe I pointed at the wall. I didn't help. Yeah, if I get one of them out of the way fast enough, then this works. It's a cool puzzle to solve. Damn it. Bad timing. I need to stop trying to go for glow up as soon as I can. I need to make sure it's actually safe to do so. It's not. It's not safe. This would be a non-issue if this was Moe's. I could just continue grenading while down. heard of no hit runs. How about every hit runs? The big one down. Now it's very important I don't get too greedy because no more ads are going to spawn. We did it. Yay. There we go. I'm sure that was a slog to watch, but it was a good thinking exercise. Yeah, definitely still prefer the URAD version. Works out to be a little bit better. But this is still enjoyable. I like the glow-up glass tank stuff. That's fun. Rico wasn't really a good pick for this fight either. Worth mentioning. Asclepius would have been way better. Slogs can be fun gameplay. That's true. Anyway, good stopping point for the day. Thank you so much, everyone, for hanging out. I appreciate it. Hope you had as much fun as I did. Let's find somewhere for us to go. What day of the week's tomorrow? Tomorrow's Thursday. I don't know what I'm doing tomorrow. Chance of more Borderlands. Chance of Wonderlands. Maybe an RE4 Classic. Maybe I'd finally grab Metroid like I've been fucking meaning to. I have no idea. I have no idea what the plan is. Pascaroni's doing some Assassin's Creed. D2H is from Destiny. Lazy's on Elden Ring. Tizzle's on Diablo. Let's go to Lazy. I've been enjoying watching the Elden Ring PvP. So we'll watch some more of that. If you got my emotes, copy the raid message. If not, that's okay. I forgive you. I may tinker around with this more off stream, see what happens, but yeah. Build crafting BL3. We're still making new ones in 2023. There's always new stuff to do. Hope you have a wonderful rest of your day, and see you next time. Bye.